Change is part of baseball. And nowhere is that more evident than in Cleveland. It started early in the offseason with the hiring of Terry Francona as manager, bringing instant credibility and championship experience. The momentum continued when former Buckeye Nick Swisher signed, returning to his Ohio roots. The rotation acquired veteran arms. The bullpen upgraded. Right-handed Thump was added to the lineup. And then, just when we all thought the Tribe was done dealing, they added Michael Bourne to set the tone at the top of the order. Expectations are raised. The passion is back. And Cleveland is a Tribe town once again.
It's a day Cleveland Indians fans have been waiting 6 long months for. Opening day here at Progressive Field 2013 as the Tribe plays host to the New York Yankees. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. The pomp and circumstance all but over now, and it's time to play baseball. Carlos Santana has led the way for the Indians offensively through the first 6 games, Rick, and he's hitting anything and everything they throw up there at him.
It doesn't matter whether it's a breaking ball, a fastball, inside or outside. He's going with the pitch. He looks very relaxed at home plate. And remember yesterday, he took a foul tip off his hand and still went up there, went 5 for 5, had 2 singles, 2 doubles, and a home run in his last at-bat. Carlos Santana swinging it very well, as some of the bottom part of the lineup guys are, so it's nice to see.
Yeah, in the last 30 years, only Julio Franco and Carlos Baerga have had higher batting averages through the first 6 games of the season than Carlos Santana. That gives you an idea how sizzling hot he is to start the year. We'll stay right there because it all gets underway when we come back. The Cleveland Indians, the New York Yankees, opening day Cleveland style, coming up next. beautiful sight for sore eyes. It's the 20th opening day in the history of this gorgeous ballpark in downtown Cleveland as we welcome you inside Progressive Field for the Tribe's home opener against the New York Yankees. Ubaldo Jimenez taking the hill today for the Tribe, and while he makes his warm-up tosses, we'll get a look at Joe Girardi's starting nine for the Bronx Bombers. It will be Brett Gardner leading it off, followed by Robinson Cano, and then Kevin Youkilis in the 3-hole. Travis Hafner, who got a beautiful ovation from the crowd here today when he was announced, will DH back cleanup. Then Vernon Wells, followed by Ichiro, then Eduardo Nunez, Lyle Overbay, and Chris Stewart.
Ubaldo Jimenez making his second start. His first one was a good one against the Toronto Blue Jays, where he ended up going 6 innings, only allowed 3 hits, a couple of walks, 6 strikeouts, and the home run to Myceris Sturz. Did not get the decision, so he's coming back pitching against the Yankees. He is 1-2 in his previous 3 starts. 2 of them losses last year against the Yankees, one on June 27th in the Bronx and the other here at Progressive Field. Let's check out the defense behind him. It'll be Brantley in left, Bourne in center, Stubbs is in right, Chisenhall at third, Cabrera at short, Kipnis is at second, Swisher at first, and Santana behind the plate.
Marvin Hudson will call the balls and strikes. Jordan Baker at first. The crew chief, Tim McClellan, is at second. Jerry Meals is down at third. This is just the 6th time that the Indians have played a home opener against the New York Yankees. The last time was in 1996. And before that, you have to go back to the final home opener at Old Cleveland Stadium.
I remember that one. That one was snowed out for a couple of times.
Packed house here today. The Yankees are playing in front of their 3rd opening day crowd. They had their own home opener against the Red Sox, and they played a home opener in Detroit against the Tigers. They lost both of those games. Brett Gardner digs in. Ubaldo Jimenez into the line. And we're underway with a ball outside. 68 degrees under cloudy skies in downtown Cleveland, but otherwise about as close to perfect as you could hope for on April the 8th.
Much warmer than I thought it was going to be here.
Gardner taking, it's a called strike, and the count evens at 1-1.
Gardner played in just 16 games for the Yankees last year. He injured his right elbow, and this is the guy that really added a lot of dimension, the speed, and everything for the big boppers in that lineup.
Gardner pulls it to Nick Swisher at first. He'll take it himself, and there's 1 out. All right, let's take a look at today's keys to the game. And for the Indians, a big key is containing Robinson Cano. He can do a lot of damage. Off to a slow start, just 2 for his last 12 at the plate. And you want to try to get the crowd, get the momentum on your side early.
Well, they've had the lead in 4 of the first 6 games, and they're 3-1 when they do get the lead. So, yeah, get the crowd into it. And this is a guy that, the true veteran in that lineup, you want to try and keep in the ballpark and not do a lot of damage to you.
Jimenez into the line. He deals, and it's down low for ball 1. Last year, New York had their way with the Indians, winning 5 of the 6 matchups. But it's a much different looking Yankee club this year, especially when you consider at the start of the season they're missing Derek Jeter, their captain. He's on the DL. Curtis Granderson with a broken forearm, suffered in spring training, down on the DL. As is Mark Teixeira, not to mention Alex Rodriguez.
Yeah, they have as much on the DL as any teams, really starting the year out.
Now the 2-0. And Jimenez fires a strike.
You know, you realize that the Yankees are an aging team. They have the oldest team in baseball. But when you're starting the year out with the big guys, they're practically their whole infield, and a guy that was going to play left field for them, that's tough to come back from.
Now the 2-1. Missed outside. 3 balls and a strike. Jimenez in his first start against Toronto, very efficient at throwing strikes, working ahead.
That's ripped foul down the left side, out of play, a full count. If you caught any of Katie Witham's interview with Ubaldo Jimenez on Indians Live today, he talked about the fact that for him, it's really a matter of confidence, and the fact that he's throwing a lot of strikes, he's got that confidence. It's so important, yet sometimes so very fickle.
Well, it is, but you would think that at 29 years old, like Ubaldo is, that you would have that.
Yeah, but not after what he's been through the last couple of years.
He had a rough year last year, true.
Here's the payoff pitch. Just missing. Santana thought they had strike three. Marvin Hudson thought otherwise. And Cano draws a free pass.
Well, you see Cano didn't really drop the bat all that quickly. He looks at it, and that ball looked like it had some movement, and it was running away. Just a little bit off the plate. He takes it. He will get to first base.
That will bring up Kevin Youkilis, a guy the Indians had some interest in the offseason when he was a free agent. Youkilis wound up signing with New York. Taking ball one. Youkilis off to a hot start for the Yankees. 5 hits in his last 10 at-bats, including 2 doubles and a home run.
Yeah, off to a good start for Youkilis.
And a strike over the outside corner evens the count. The Indians, like a lot of teams, when they looked at Youkilis in the offseason, there's certainly an attraction there for what he can bring offensively. The question is durability. Can he stay healthy for a full season? Outside, 2-1.
Well, that's what they felt with Will Middlebrooks in Boston, that they were going to go to youth, and he went over to Chicago and then had some issues there as well. So hard to tell.
Two-one pitch. Hit to right field. Stubbs will play it on a bounce. So a walk and an opposite field single, and the Yankees have 2 on with 1 out here in the first.
Well, that's vintage Kevin Youkilis right there, just taking the ball inside out, shooting it the other way. Trying to stay on the baseball.
Now Travis Hafner. He got a very nice ovation from the crowd before the game. Now a few more boos.
Yeah, once the game starts, forget it. You're in a different uniform. But you're right. It was a very nice ovation by the crowd when they introduced the whole New York Yankee team.
And Travis acknowledging those cheers with a tip of the cap to the crowd here. But now wearing the New York Yankee uniform. He shed a lot of weight in the offseason. The pitch. And it's down low.
The 07 Division Series over the Yankees propelled the Indians to a Division Series win. Welcome back to Cleveland, number 33, Travis Hafner.
Now the 1-0 pitch. Down low and in the dirt. 2 balls, no strikes, and Jimenez a little shaky here at the outset today.
I think that's why Santana wants to go out and talk to him right now. Just, I don't know if he's feeling a few jitters or what's going on, but go ahead and be aggressive. Trust your stuff. They're playing 3 infielders on the right side of the infield for Hafner.
Interesting in that Nick Swisher is way back onto the outfield grass as well. Now comes in a couple of steps. 2-0 count on Hafner. That's spanked to deep center. Back goes Bourne. Way back and gone. Travis Hafner with a 3-run homer here in the first. His return to Progressive Field. And he stakes the Yankees to a 3-0 lead.
Well, you're sitting in the catbird seat, 2-0 count. He knows that Jimenez is going to come with a fastball, so he got after it. Hit it to straightaway center field and got enough of it. Watch the location. Looked like it was right down the middle. 2-0. What's the hitter looking for? A good fastball, and he got all of it. So the Yankees will take a 3-0 lead.
And now Vernon Wells comes to the plate. And looks at ball one down low. His fastball right now, Rick, I mean, you're looking at 89 miles an hour on back-to-back heaters. There's 3 in a row, so not much velocity, and with that, not much command. And a 4-pitch walk to Vernon Wells.
Well, he's got no clue right now where the baseball is going, and we witnessed this last year a number of times. But out of the 20 pitches he has thrown, 13 have been balls.
Now Mickey Callaway's already got to make a trip to the mound with 1 out here in the first inning. He has not been aggressive, that's for sure. Take a look at the injury report brought to you by Elk and Elk Serious Lawyers. For serious injuries, call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. The injuries we talked about for New York: Jeter, Granderson, Teixeira, A-Rod, also Michael Pineda, who they traded Jesus Montero to Seattle in exchange for, still hasn't been able to get out there. Hafner's homer has the Yankees out to an early 3-0 lead.
And that was Hafner's 100th home run in this ballpark.
Ichiro takes a called strike. It's 1-1, or 0-1, excuse me.
Not even close. I mean, he didn't look at him.
Good throw, and he still might have had him, but the throw was a little wide of the bag. So Vernon Wells with his first stolen base.
Well, he had a huge jump, and it's almost like Jimenez wasn't even paying attention to him. So he takes off, steals it easily.
Pulls it on the ground. Kipnis will throw out Ichiro. 2 down. Wells moves to third. That will bring up Eduardo Nunez, who's manning the shortstop position today. And Derek Jeter had hoped initially to be ready. Well, first, he thought he'd be ready by opening day, and then it looked like, well, maybe he'd be ready for this series against the Indians.
Well, Nunez today was going to be a game-time decision as well. He had to take batting practice to see how he was going to feel after he was hit with a pitch in Detroit.
Ball in the dirt. Wells, the runner at third base with 2 down in the first. And that will even the count at 1-1. Already 25 pitches in this first inning for Jimenez. And that's popped foul, out of play. Wells at third. The 1-2 to Nunez. Got him looking. Outside corner, ends the inning. But Hafner with a 3-run homer in the first, and New York takes the air out of the crowd early. They lead it 3-0. lead. Let's go downstairs and see what Katie Witham has.
Well, Matt, Rick, you know opening day is always special, but the Indians ended up topping this one with a first pitch father-son event. And you know what? I had a chance to catch up with both Terry Francona and his father, Tito, before the game. They said in both of their careers, you look at that resume, and this moment here today before the game tops it all. Tito even joked and said, I haven't picked up a baseball in 40 years, since the 1970s. He said he was going to go right at his son with a fastball down the middle, but it was really neat to kind of see the father-son combinations and how much it really meant to all of those former major leaguers themselves, guys.
No doubt about that, Katie. You had Mickey Brantley and his son Michael out there as well, Nick Swisher, his dad Steve, Zach McAllister and his father out there. I mean, what a special moment for all of those men, and it just further shows how baseball bonds generation to generation.
Yes, indeed. It was something very nice.
Hiroki Kuroda will start for the Yankees today. And we'll see if Terry Francona's Indians can strike right back early. One thing we've seen from this Indians lineup, save the 2 games they were shut out in Tampa, they've got plenty of firepower.
Oh, they haven't even had a chance to come to the plate yet. Plenty of game left. It'd be nice to see him come back and respond in that first inning and answer the 3 runs the Yankees put on the board. Kuroda made 2 starts in his career against the Indians, both coming last year.
1 ball, 1 strike. Kuroda facing Michael Bourne. Bourne already 4 multi-hit games for the Indians. Cuts and misses.
Kuroda is 38. They signed him to a 1-year deal. In his first start against the Red Sox, had to come out in only the 2nd inning. There was a line drive Shane Victorino hit. Went off his finger and deflected into center field. Wasn't sure he was going to make the start to today, but he came around, feels good enough to go.
Bourne pops it back out of play.
Going back to line drive from Victorino. You see it just tip the tip of the finger and go into center field. That thing had some hair on it, didn't it? That got out there in a hurry. So he left the game, but is okay. Did not miss a start. So I'm sure the Yankees are happy, as many guys as they've had hurt so far at this time of the year.
The 1-2 to Bourne. Up high, 2-2. As Dribble Cabrera waiting on deck.
That's what we need, is a good old-fashioned slugfest today for opening day, and let all these fans see some offense. They didn't see much last year.
All inside and a full count.
Well, again, you see Michael Bourne putting together, working the count full, and going deep in the count in the very first at-bat of the game.
And the payoff pitch is ball 4, and the Indians get their leadoff man aboard to start the game. Terry Francona's Indians starting lineup brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Michael Bourne, Asdrubal Cabrera, Jason Kipnis, then Swisher, Brantley, and Santana, Reynolds, Chisenhall, and Stubbs.
Hiroki Kuroda, as I mentioned, his 2nd start. And his 3rd against the Indians. 1-1 last year against the Tribe. He got beat here. He did pitch a complete game, but the Indians happened to beat him here.
And Asdrubal with a foul at the plate. Cabrera in an 0-for-11 drought at the plate. He hit that home run on opening day. And then even after that home run, as a light rain begins to fall here at the ballpark, he hit some balls hard. But then ever since that game 2, he's just really been anxious, it seems, at the plate. The 0-1 in the dirt. Stewart with a good block.
Yeah, it's just been nice all day long here. We get into the bottom of the first, and what happens? Someone told me he was going to stay north of us. I don't know who.
Amateur weatherman?
We're not putting him on TV.
Well, the good news is it's not 50 degrees with that rain falling. You know, we've had opening days where it's cold and you get the rain, and it's brutal. Our Exmo cam showing the raindrops falling.
Yeah, that's really slow right there. That camera is beautiful.
Cabrera right back up the middle. Hits the bag. Karam's into center field. Bourne on his way to third. And the Indians have him at the corners with nobody out. Oh, the Tribe catches a huge break there because it looked like Cano was going to grab it, step on the bag, and turn a double play.
You look at Cano looking out at Nunez at short, and he was thinking, man, that is a double play ball. Nunez looks at it. He was going to step. Watch it hit the corner of the bag. Nunez right there. That's a huge break for the Indians. Cabrera could get that. He needed a hit. It hits the base, deflects into center field. The Indians with runners at the corners and nobody out. Good break. Welcome home.
Yeah, Nunez and Cano almost with an awkward collision there. They both pulled up in time to avoid any damage. Well, now Jason Kipnis looks at a ball down low. Kipnis with Nick Swisher waiting on deck as the Indians try to strike right back. Raindrops seem to have stopped. Bourne at third, Cabrera at first. Outfield straight away. Down in the dirt again, 2-0. Nick Swisher told me one of the things that he's kind of reveled in is just, working with the young guys and just trying to keep them loose. He said, playing next to Jason Kipnis and being on the infield, I can talk to him. And he said, I don't want him to get down on himself. It's still early.
Yeah.
But you know how that goes. You don't get a few hits, and all of a sudden you start pressing. So he's just been telling him, hey, man, take it easy. It's only 5-6 games. You'll be all right.
True.
2-0 pitch. 3 balls, no strikes.
I think we witnessed it yesterday when, you get a couple of hits and other guys relax, and then they just went and had fun yesterday, and they ended up with 15 hits, 13 runs, and once they start relaxing a little bit, early in the year you want to do good. You get off to a great start, so many new faces. Patience. You got to just relax.
The 3-0 borderline called a strike. Maybe the bottom of the strike zone.
That's
3-1.
okay. That's make him work. See, Kuroda normally is very good control. Last year, that might be a gift. He held opponents to 2 walks or less in 27 of his starts last year. He already walked Bourne, who ended up coming back when he was down in the count. Now Kipnis with a 3-1 count. So make him work.
New rule in baseball this year, you can't fake to third. So pitchers have to be wary of that because they've been doing it now for so long.
Yeah.
This is a situation where you normally would see that move in the past. 3-1 pitch. Kipnis fouling it back and a full count.
Well, we'll see if Terry starts Cabrera at first base on the full count. Yeah. Figuring Kipnis is going to put the ball in play. Let's be aggressive and let's go.
Right now is when you would really see that move in the past.
Right.
When a pitcher's expecting that runner at first to take off.
Yep. But you know what you will see a lot more this year? You'll see pitchers that will try and go to third base, where they'll have a timing play set up where they do throw to third base, where timed with your third baseman.
We'll see if Cabrera takes off at first. He's held by Overbay. He
ahead.
Does. And the payoff pitch ripped foul.
Yeah, you're aggressive here because you have a confidence that Kipnis is going to put the ball in play somewhere. You don't expect him to swing through it. So start Cabrera and hope he doesn't hit it at anybody.
First and third, bottom of the first, drive down 3. Cabrera goes, payoff pitch, hit in the air to right field. Back goes Suzuki. And Ichiro will make the catch. Michael Bourne will tag at third. He will come home and score. And the Indians get on the board here in the bottom of the first as Jason Kipnis picks up his second RBI on the year.
There you go. You come back and you answer before you get your first out to get one on the board. Very good.
Now Nick Swisher. That gets a lot of folks up out of their seats. Swisher, the Ohio State baseball product, takes great pride in his connections to the Ohio State University. Kuroda deals. Swing and a miss. Cabrera, the runner at first base, with one out here in the home half of the first inning. And a ground ball single into left field for Swisher. Cabrera will stop at second. Second hit of the inning for the Indians.
And well done. They gave him that whole side of the infield. Euclid was way off third base. And Nunez at short was pulled way over. So a lot of that side of the infield open. And what does Swisher do? He stayed on a two-seamer, sinking down and away. Take it. Take that base hit. That's exactly what they're going to give him. You see where Euclid is. Way off the line. He slaps it by him into left field. So the second hit for the Indians, and now first and second. So a good job of swinging the bat right there.
That will bring up Michael Brantley. Brantley 0 for his last 6, but man, early in the season, the first couple of games in Toronto, it didn't look like they'd ever get him out.
Well, he just, for some strange reason, loves hitting up there north of the border, doesn't he?
He had some great career numbers at the Rogers Center. And he looks at ball one outside. So the Indians, if nothing else, A, they've gotten on the board, and B, they've made Kuroda work. He's at 20 pitches now here in the first.
Normally, a lot of times, pitchers pitch to the hitter's aggressiveness. And on that pitch to Swisher, you see a lot of hitters try and pull that ball. That would have been a ground ball double play to get out of the inning. Take your base hit, take what they give you, and just stay focused. That was really good at bat.
Brantley tries to pull it in the hole. It kicks by Overbay and then by Cano. Scoring is Cabrera. Swisher into third. Indians at the corners. It's a one-run game at 3-2 as the Tribe has scrapped their way back here in the bottom of the first on a couple of fortuitous bounces.
Well, you talk about being lucky. Here you go. So far, the break's going their way. This ball heading to the hole. Overbay at first base hits his glove, deflects by him and Cano. There's the glove. It gets by Cano, and Cano almost had a bare hand on it.
How good a job did Swisher do to maybe shield him from the ball? Waited to the last moment to get out of the way.
Well, he was by it. He was just taking a really good peek at it. He figured if he catches it, he's going to go to second base anyway, and he's going to be out. But a couple of big breaks here in the inning for the Indians to get on the board. It's 3-2, and they have runners at the corners again.
So Larry Rothschild, each pitching coach has been to the mound in the first inning of this game. And the Indians still threatening, only one out. Down a run, first and third, and maybe one of the hottest hitters in all of baseball. Coming to the plate, Carlos Santana, fresh off a 5-for-5 career day in Tampa yesterday, and that fifth hit was a laser home run down the right field line.
Yeah, he's off to a tremendous start. We talked a little bit about it yesterday, trying to take a little pressure off him and not inserting him into the number 4 hole. Whether that has helped, I don't know. Whether it's maturity, but he is locked in. There's the batting leaders. There's some pretty hot bats.
Stat of the game brought to you by your Northern Ohio Buick dealers in Santana. 12 for 24. Mentioned in our open, Back in 1985, after 6 games, Julio Franco was hitting .579. He was 11 for 19. And in 1993, Carlos Baerga was 13 for his first 25. Those are the only 2 hotter in the last 30 years than Santana in the first 6 games of an Indians season. And this goes back, I mean, he's always had a good eye. We've seen that. But it just seems he's not antsy, not jumping. He's just letting the game come to him early on this year.
We said it, and I think they said it a lot last year as coaches. If he gets a little pull happy, you know, and if you utilize the whole field, you know, he'll be successful. He has a good eye, is right. He always takes his walks, and that's what's helped him in the past.
Interesting defensive alignment for the Yankees. The shortstop Nunez playing almost directly behind the pitcher. Up high, 3-0.
Yeah, you got to wonder with Kuroda if that finger is maybe bothering him a little bit, only because he normally pounds a strike zone. You know, he's fallen behind a lot of hitters. He was 3-2 to Kipnis, who hit the ball deep to right field. He's 3-0 here again to Santana.
Well, right now he's 50-50. 12 balls, 12 strikes for Kuroda. And only 1 out in the first inning. Santana awaiting the 3-0. And it's ball 4. The bases are loaded. Second walk of the inning by Kuroda. Here's our great clip of the game from yesterday. Mark Reynolds. Blast off. Straightaway central. And then later, he hit one off the facing of the second deck at the Trop. Great clips. It's going to be great. And now Reynolds, in his first at-bat here as an Indian in Cleveland, comes up with the bases loaded.
Well, look at the crowd. This is what power does. You come to see guys like this to see what they can do. After 2 home runs yesterday, they'd love to see one now. But this guy can be all or nothing. He could hit one out of here, and, I mean, this place will go crazy. Or he could swing and miss, too, but you would just want to see him get that tying run in.
Sun poking out from behind the clouds on that pitch to Reynolds. Another ball. Reynolds has 6 hits. 4 have left the yard. And they've all 4 have been prodigious blasts.
Well, they've come at pretty good times, too.
Kuroda with the 1-0. Popped him up. Foul and out of play. So a 1-ball, 1-strike count. How about Michael Morse to start? He's off to in Seattle.
That guy in Seattle, a big animal that they got from Washington.
Of course, Will Middlebrooks hit 3 yesterday in Toronto off R.A. Dickey. So both Dickey and David Price, the Cy Young Award winners, roughed up yesterday. Bases loaded, 1 out, 1-1 pitch. Just missing. 2 balls and a strike. The Yankees already have action in their bullpen. Sean Kelly is loosening in the New York pen.
Well, Kuroda looks like he's having a hard time throwing fastballs for strikes.
Mark Reynolds awaiting a 2-1 pitch. Checks it's low. 3 balls and a strike.
Attaboy got himself in a nice hitter's count now. Get him in the zone. Get him in the zone.
There's Kelly, the right-hander, getting loose. With this crowd, 40,000 strong, up on their feet, roaring now for Reynolds.
This is already the 4th hitter in the inning with at least 3 balls in the count.
30th pitch of the inning. Swung on and missed in a full count.
Yeah, it took a little off. Back off. You get hitters that get geared up. You get a fastball count, and as a pitcher, they just back it off. 83-mile-an-hour slider. Had Reynolds out front. Good pitch. See if he comes back with the same one.
Nick Swisher is at third. Michael Brantley, good speed at second. Carlos Santana at first. Tribe down a run, bottom of the first inning. With 1 out, the payoff pitch to Reynolds. High fly ball, left field. Back is Wells. He'll make the catch. Swisher tags. He's coming home, and the Indians have come right back to tie the game in the bottom of the first inning.
All right, second sacrifice fly in the inning. Their first two of the year, and Reynolds does his job, so let's go. Let's start all over again. Tie ball game. So they come back and respond and answer with a 3-spot. Very good. Crowd loving it too.
And they're not done yet because Lonnie Chisenhall's coming up. He's hit in 3 straight games, and he hit a mammoth home run yesterday off David Price that ultimately was the knockout blow. 2 on, 2 out. Kuroda. Doubles up, back-to-back strikes, and it's 0-2.
There was a 3-1 fastball, middle end, and he turned on it. Price couldn't believe it. But they had 5 home runs yesterday.
So Chisenhall down 0-2 with 2 on, 2 out. And a foul. Did he hang on? He did, and the inning is over. But the Indians get 3 in the bottom of the first. A couple of good breaks, good bounces. We're back to even. McDonald's new Premium McWrap. Fresh vegetables, tasty sauces, and juicy chicken in a warm tortilla. Try one today. Really, it's turned out to be a beautiful day here in downtown Cleveland. Second inning now. 3-3 ball game. Lyle Overbay to lead off for New York, and he fouls Humbaldo Jimenez's pitch right back. Lyle Overbay has started 3 games previously. He's gone 2 for 10.
Well, see if Jimenez can come back this inning and be much more aggressive. They come right back, give him 3 runs. That should help you.
He gets ahead, a ball and 2 strikes. Off-speed pitch got him to chase. And Jimenez has his second strikeout, 1 down here in inning number 2. Let's go downstairs and check in with Katie Witham.
Well, Matt, Rick, I am hanging out with Richard and Dave. They have been to 39 consecutive opening days here in Cleveland. What keeps you coming back, Dave?
Well, it's like your children. You know, you got if they're in trouble or they're not doing good, you don't let them down. You just keep coming.
Yeah, you never give up on them.
No,
right?
you never give up on them.
And you're not giving up on this team.
No, and today here's another win.
I like it. I like it. Now, Richard, tell me about 1975 opening day. You were there, weren't you?
It was at the old stadium, and it was a memorable day because it was the first time a black manager managed in a major league. He was a player manager, and he also called his own number late in the game, hit a home run, and beat these same Yankees that we're playing today.
I was going to say it was the Indians and the Yankees. The Indians came up on top, and we're hoping they do it again, aren't we?
It doesn't get much better than this.
I love it. Guys, Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Matt, Rick, back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Katie. That was Gaylord Perry threw a complete game in beating the Yankees in that 75 contest, I believe.
I'm trying to think. I know he beat in 73.
Medich, 75.
Yes, for the Yankees. He started for the Yankees.
Yeah. Gaylord Perry, CG. Boot Powell went 3 for 3 in that game. There's a strike to Brett Gardner, who bounced out to first his first time up, and let's hope that Jimenez has found a little groove. He's retired 4 straight. Down low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Takes a look all the way in there, 1-2. Brett Gardner just 1 hit in his last 13 at-bats. Make it 14 now.
Yeah, but he's a guy that makes it go when he can get on because he can run so well.
Well, half swing, just wanted to stay alive.
Yeah, that's called the protect mode right there.
I think it was a protect mode for the crowd. That ball went in there
both
screaming.
ways, for the hitter and the crowd. You're right.
Now the 1-2. Gardner in the hole. Swisher closes that gap in a hurry. He'll have to beat him to the bag. Slides in and does so. So the Yankees are retired in order here in the second. 3-3 our score. Bottom of the second inning. Drew Stubbs, Michael Bourne, Asdrubal Cabrera coming up for the Indians, and Ubaldo Jimenez certainly found his groove in the second. We'll see if Hiroki Kuroda can do the same for New York. They had their bullpen up in that first inning. It didn't look like maybe he was going to survive, but he got the sac fly and then the strikeout to end the inning. Drew Stubbs, 2 for 5 yesterday against the Rays, and he had one of the big hits early, the 2-out RBI knock that got him going.
Yeah, second inning, drove in the first run. Had a 2-out hit in Toronto, too, to get it going for the Tribe.
1 ball, 1 strike. Way outside. 2-1 the count. And once again, Hiroki Kuroda behind in the count, 3 balls and a strike.
Yeah, I really do have to believe that finger has something to do with it. This guy normally has much better control, and he has fallen behind a lot of hitters. Jimenez, on the other hand, settled in.
Stubbs, bouncer to third. Youkilis. Buggy whips it over for out number 1.
Let's set the Yankees defense. Now we have an opportunity. Busy first inning. So behind Kuroda, it looks like this. Wells is in left, Gardner in center, Ichiro is in right. Youkilis at third, Nunez at short, Cano is at second, Overbay at first, with Stewart behind the plate.
Michael Bourne looks at a strike on the outside edge. Bourne drew a walk to start the bottom of the first for the Indians. Came around to score. Fouled back. 0-2 the count. One ball, 2 strikes. Bourne. Haven't really had many opportunities to put that speed on display yet this year. Strikeout here, 2 down. Take a look at our AT&T trivia question. In the Progressive Jacobs Field era, 2 players have hit walk-off home runs in the home opener.
Wow.
Asdrubal Cabrera singled and scored in the first. And it was Cabrera who bounced one right up the middle, and it hit second base. It went from looking like a surefire double play ball to a rally starter.
Boy, when you're a hitter struggling to get hits like Cabrera has been, that certainly can help you going, especially in the first at bat where it looks like a double play. Next thing you know, you have a hit.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Watch Nunez getting ready there to pick it up off the ground, and then it hits the base. He would have picked it up, his foot would have been on the base, and then he throws across to first, and that inning would have been a double play. Erased Bourne.
Cabrera lines one down the left field line, but that's going to slice out of play. Nice grab. 1 ball, 2 strikes. With 2 gone here in the second inning, tied at 3. Both pitchers seem to have tightened things up because they combined to make 61 pitches in that first inning. But Ubaldo set him down 1-2-3 in the top of the second. And Kuroda has a chance to do the same thing here in the bottom half. But Cabrera fights that off to stay alive. In tight on the corner, a called third strike. So like the Yankees, the Indians go in order here in the second. Robinson, Cano, Kevin Youkilis, Travis Hafner due up here for New York. Ubaldo Jimenez, in that first inning, he had 15 pitches that were thrown for balls. In the second, only 3. So that's certainly a good sign as he'll face the meat of the Yankee lineup here. Cano walked and scored in that first inning. There's a long fly ball deep to left. Brantley chasing back. He'll play it off the wall. Bare hand grab and the throw, and Cano just does beat it in with a slide into second base. He's got a double. That's his first extra base hit of the year.
Such good power the other way, staying on the baseball.
Let's pause right now for station identification. You're watching Cleveland Indians baseball. With Rick Manning, Katie Witham, I'm Matt Underwood. Kevin Youkilis, who singled and scored in the first, backs away from ball 1. And Jimenez comes right back to even the count. Youkilis steps away. Kevin Youkilis went from Boston to Chicago last June. He hit only .235 last year, but 19 homers. And from what we understand, had a real positive impact in the Chicago clubhouse.
Well, you remember when they acquired him, he really got off to a good start there for at least the first couple of weeks. Yes, he did.
The appeal, he went, says first base umpire Jordan Baker. Third strikeout for Jimenez, 1 down.
You get a look from behind Jimenez, a good breaking ball right there. Euclid wanted to say, I didn't go, but now take a look at from the side. He sure did. See, he's got that kind of swing where you got to get it going. It's awfully tough to hold it up.
Here's Travis Hafner, his 3-run homer in the first. Got New York out to the early lead.
Well, he hit a 2-0 fastball where Jimenez just threw it right down the middle. I mean, look at the location down right into his wheelhouse.
Indians with that shift on for Hafner. 2-0. That's Kipnis way out into shallow right field. Even Swisher at first base backed up onto the grass. Another 2-0 count. And he misses, ball 3. Vernon Wells waiting on deck. Taking all the way. That's in for a strike. Fouled back out of play. Hafner spent a decade with the Indians, from 2003 through last year. He's the franchise's all-time leader in homers and RBIs as a designated hitter. Biggest problem for Hafner in the twilight of his Indians years was just staying in the lineup. Payoff pitch. Bullet up the middle into center field. Bourne charging. Coming around third. Cano will try to score. The throw is up the first base line. And Travis Hafner has driven in all 4 runs for New York as they regain the lead 4-3.
Well, Jimenez keeps falling behind and comes into him. You just don't give in to him. I mean, when you look at it, he's getting pitches to hit. He stayed with a changeup, but he left it out over the plate. Hafner kept his hands back. So he's been in good hitters counts, and he's made Jimenez pay both times tonight. So the Yankees retake the lead. Give Hafner 6 RBIs on the year now.
Vernon Wells walked his first time up. Foul back.
Another guy they acquired right at the end of spring training. They were looking for anybody, to come out and play and field the position. Wells, they worked a deal out from the Angels, who was not going to get any playing time out there, but still do a hefty contract with 2 years remaining.
Well, and they snapped up Ben Francisco after the Indians cut him loose during spring training.
Brennan Bosch
after the Tigers released him. It's low and outside, 2-2. Swung out and missed. They went after it, and that's 4 strikeouts now for Jimenez. And there are 2 down here in the third.
MLB.com at bat is the #1 source for live baseball everywhere you go. Available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. At Bat delivers Indians baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, news, highlights, and more. Text at bat to 31826 or visit Indians.com for your details.
Ichiro looks at a first pitch strike. He grounded to second base in his first at bat. Jimenez comes right back, gets ahead 0-2.
Well, this is a guy, normally when we saw him, when it was with Seattle, I don't think he was ever in a slump.
No.
I mean, if you'd call it that, because he always seemed to hit Indians pitching very well. He's just starting off this year a little slow.
Well, and as you pointed out earlier, the age factor. The Yankees with a lot of age in that lineup, and you wonder how many of these guys are on the downside and how quickly does that descent take place.
The funny thing of it is anytime you're an older player, that's the first thing anybody wants to talk about. Oh, you're in you look at 20 at bats and say you're in a slump. They never used to do that when you were younger. If you were in 20 at bats, it doesn't matter. You're in there every day. But the older you get, it just seems like people are ready to put you out to pasture.
There's not much patience.
Patience, my friend.
Not as much patience.
I don't have time. You may be. Yeah, the patience, the older you get, it goes away.
Wow. That looked awfully good.
A little fastball in there. Looked like it had tried to come back a little bit.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 down, a runner at first here in the third. Yankees have gone back in front on Travis Hafner's RBI single here in the third. He has driven in all 4 for New York. Up the middle it goes, Cabrera. He'll flip it to Kipnis, and that's the inning-ending force. We'll head to the bottom half of the third. New York now on top, 4-3. Reminder as you enjoy a cold one to stay tuned for Miller Time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Opening day here in Cleveland, New York, with a 4-3 lead. Bottom of the third inning, it will be Jason Kipnis, Nick Swisher, and Michael Brantley coming up for the Tribe. Kipnis with an RBI, his first time up, on a sac fly to right field.
Kuroda now with 50 pitches after 2 innings. Quite a lot for him. They had to work hard. Both the starters did in that first inning.
Yeah, Kuroda was over 30 in inning number 1. One ball, 2 strikes now, the count on Kipnis. And Jason golfs one deep center field. Back is Gardner on the track at the wall, and it short hops the fence right in front of the Indians bullpen. And Jason Kipnis into second base with his 3rd double on the year. And the Indians get their leadoff man into scoring position.
Well, he stayed back nicely and had used his hands beautifully to smoke this ball over the head of Gardner to center field. Watch the pitch. He lets it get down in there, and that ball was down and away. That was not a bad pitch. Look at how low it is right there, and he kept his hands back nicely. And Gardner has to play it off the wall, so a leadoff double. Jason, you want to get going. You want to get Cabrera, because Bourne's been pretty solid. You get Cabrera and Kipnis going, along with the way that Brantley, Santana, and Reynolds have been swinging the bat. That'll be fun to watch.
Well, Nick Swisher here, an opposite field base hit his first time up. He shot one past Kevin Youkilis at third. Boy, he started him off both times. First pitch off speed. Nick was looking dead red.
Yeah, and you know what he did, though? The last time he made the adjustment because he took the pitch the other way. He realized he was taking one shot to try and turn on it, and he's trying to pull it with the guy on second base and nobody out.
Back out of play. And now he's down on the count 0-2. There you see the breakdown on Kuroda. 33 strikes, 22 balls. He started out dead even. He had 12 balls, 12 strikes out of his first 24 pitches, so he's made an adjustment. Down in the dirt, good block by Chris Stewart. Stewart didn't play the last couple of games. Francisco Cervelli been back there. Tying run in scoring position for the Indians here in the bottom of the third. Swisher at the plate, down in the count of 1-2. Down once again in the dirt. And Swisher staying patient.
Yeah.
Back to even at 2-2.
Making him bring that pitch up.
Nick was part of that ceremonial first pitch today with his dad, Steve Swisher. He said it took him back to being a kid in the backyard playing catch with Dad.
Well, I played against his dad in the minor leagues when he was a catcher in the Cubs organization.
10-year big leaguer, Steve Swisher. 2-2.
There you
Ground
go.
ball in the hole. Flag down by Overbay. And he hits Kuroda on the run. But he gets the tying run to third base with one out now.
Let's pause now and head back to the Hyundai Studios for an in-game update with Al Pawlowski.
Hey, Matt. Hey, Rick. Opening day for Fenway Park and the Boston Red Sox. Scoreless into the bottom of the 7th inning. 3-run homer by Daniel Nava. That was the difference. 3-1 the final. Boston beats Baltimore in their home opener. Matt?
All right. Thanks, Al. The Yankees, as you see, bring the infield in. Cut of the grass all the way around.
Well, you got to like that if you're Michael Brantley. Here's a guy that he had a ball deflect off the glove of Overbay and past the hand of Cano for a base hit in that first inning where the Indians caught a few breaks.
And Kuroda gets ahead with the first pitch strike. This was Brantley's base hit.
There they were playing back, and he was able to get a piece of it, but he deflected it by him. A run scored, so now hit that same ball in the same spot.
Kuroda's 60th pitch of the afternoon. Brantley slices it foul.
With Kipnis on third base as well, you could go on contact here, usually do on one out when you have good speed. Brad Mills will go up and say, okay, you're going on contact. And if you're that base runner over at third base, you're concentrating down in the strike zone, looking at a hitter's knees, because it's so much easier to pick that ball up when it goes on the ground and take off. Sometimes a guy freezes when they hit the ball.
2-strike pitch. Bounced it in front of the plate, and Stewart with a good job to block it.
This one, plus if you're looking down in the zone looking for contact, you can pick up that ball right there. Stewart, a nice job of picking it up, but the last 5 hitters, Kuroda has had him 0-2, 1-2, so he's changed his pattern of pitching, getting ahead.
Indians have done a pretty good job. They came into today's game batting .269 through the first 6 contacts with runners in scoring position.
Well, they had 2 games. They had a good game Thursday in Toronto and a good game yesterday. Other than that, other times they had struggles going through. Those games they were shut out the few times that they had opportunities to drive them in. But here is just fundamental baseball. Get them on, get them over. Now it's get them in.
Brantley, right back up the middle, stabbed by Kuroda, and that saves a run.
Yep, that's a great play. That is a great play. As a hitter, you're upset with the infield in. The only one that can stop it is Kuroda, the starting pitcher, and it sticks in his glove. Sometime it goes off his glove, deflects away. This one, he makes a beautiful play and saved himself a run, and it keeps the lead. You can see where Cano was just putting his backhand out there. He wouldn't have gotten it. That ball would have been through for a base hit, but Kuroda saves the day for himself.
That will leave it up to Carlos Santana with 2 down, who walked his first time up. And a pitch outside, ball 1. Low. 2 balls, no strikes. Interesting in that you look at the Indians lineup coming into today, it's the 6, 7, and 8 hitters who are leading the team in runs batted in. Santana has 5. Mark Reynolds, who follows him, with 7, and Lonnie Chisenhall with 6 coming into today. And of course, Reynolds has added to his team leading total with his 8th. Won a sac fly in that first inning.
Down low, 3 balls, no strikes. Almost looks like they don't want any part of him here.
No. Well, he's the hottest hitter. He's 5 for 5 yesterday. They're going over the scouting reports. They say, hey, Santana's locked in. Be really careful what you're going to throw him. You've got, a guy that can hurt you on deck in Reynolds, who hit a couple of home runs yesterday, but I think he has a few more holes in his swing than the guy at the plate does right now.
Pretty good breeze blowing out toward right center field.
Give him the 3-0 green light, though.
Up high, ball 4. He's walked him twice. So Santana's at first with Kipnis at third. And with 2 down, Mark Reynolds to the plate.
Well, there's still great seats available for the next 3 games of this Yankees series. And you don't want to forget 12-ounce beers now only $4. Like you to know that. And also hot dogs, $3 for every home game. Buy early and save on tickets. Indians.com is the place to go.
So Carlos Santana with 2 walks today has reached safely now in 7 straight trips to the plate. See if Mark Reynolds can do some damage with 2 down here in the 3rd.
Smart calling timeout. He was trying to hold the ball on him.
Fouled right back. He had one to hammer. Got his fastball.
Well, there's a good look at the swing. And boy, you talk about a good swing. Look at the spin on that ball, how it went sideways. That camera's got some pretty good look to it. That ball gets on you in a hurry.
The 0-1 is in the dirt. I tell you what, Chris Stewart has been a brick wall behind the plate so far.
It's been really good, hasn't he? Not many balls have deflected very far away from him.
They just hit in the dirt and they stick right to him.
Maybe he's got Velcro on his uniform. Let's go check.
Tying run at third. Go ahead run at first. Home half of the 3rd inning. 1-1 pitch. That's the 70th pitch of the game for Kuroda. And he's behind Reynolds now 2-1. There's Kipnis, who doubled to start the inning. Santana, who walked with 2 away, is at first. 2-1 pitch to Reynolds. High fly ball left field, and coming in is Wells. Makes the catch, and the side is retired. 3 complete. It's the Yankees 4 and the Indians 3. Nothing quite like opening day here at the ballpark. Packed house and a lot of action early. New York with a 3-run homer from Travis Hafner in the first. The Indians came right back with 3 in the bottom of the first to tie it. As you take a look at Tito Francona.
The real Tito.
That's Terry Francona's father. Played for the Indians.
Lives not far away here, just down in PA.
Eduardo Nunez called out on strikes his first time up. Yeah, Tito said he's only about 2-hour drive away, so he'll try to be here for most home games.
Terry says he's going to try and hide. He'll be here every weekend. Why not? You know, I mean, how much fun would that be, coming to watch your son manage the ball club you both played for?
Slowly chopped to third. Chisenhall unloads in a hurry to get him 1 away. That'll bring up Lyle Overbay, a strikeout victim his first time up.
Wind's starting to pick up a little bit more, Matt, and it's blowing it straight out to right field. When this game first started, it wasn't too bad. That's high atop the scoreboard out in left center field.
Overbay takes its ball 1. Two and 0 the count on Lyle Overbay. This is the first, hard to believe, it's the first outdoor game of the year for the Indians. Their first 6 all played indoors at the Rogers Center and Tropicana Field.
Well, here's another 2-0 count for Jimenez. On the first 4 2-0 counts that he has, he had a couple of walks, gave up the home run to Hafner and also the single. So that's how they scored their 4 runs, is on 2-0 counts. So this is 2-0 count number 5 for him.
5 ball to left. Brantley over the shoulder catch. 2 down. Right now on FoxSportsOhio.com, all bets are off interview highlights. Joe Hayden's off season. The Cavs have won 2 in a row. Get complete coverage of all today's action involving Ohio sports on FoxSportsOhio.com. With 2 gone, Chris Stewart, who flied to deep left his first time up, will be the batter. Stewart doesn't like the call. It's in for a strike. Little low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Big curveball missing. And Stewart gets ahead 2-1. Down the line, but hooking. Wow. Stewart knew all the way because he never left home plate. It looked a lot closer from our vantage point than it must have actually been.
Well, the hitters know as soon as they hit it if it's has a chance.
You know, sometimes from our angle it's hard to tell. That looked like it was awfully close. 2-2. Up the middle and a base hit for Stewart. 5th hit for New York. And it keeps the inning alive for Brett Gardner. Gardner has grounded to first base in both of his at-bats today. But this will be the first time he'll hit with a runner aboard. So Swisher, who's been able to field those balls cleanly, is now up a lot closer, holding the runner at first base. And Gardner looks at a first pitch strike. One for his last 15 at the plate for the Yankee leadoff man. Too tall, 1-1.
Well, I'm witnessing a lot of off-speed pitches by Jimenez today.
Well, again, Rick,
change-ups.
I don't know how accurate the radar guns are, but he's topping out at 89 with his fastball.
And even not looking at the guns or anything, I just don't see. I see a lot of off-speed. You know, I thought he had a pretty decent fastball his last time out against Toronto, but you don't see it very often this afternoon, and it wasn't very good in the first. So maybe that's why he's staying with off-speed pitches.
Oh, got a great jump. He stole that off Jimenez. Jimenez never looked at him.
No, and
Stewart just took off, and Ubaldo obviously can't see him the way he's in the stretch position because
this is a catcher.
bolts.
This is a catcher. You can't let him do this with 2 outs. You get a guy in scoring position with a singles hitter up.
Pop back out of play.
But, you know, he's not very good at controlling the running game, and he proved that last year. Right now, you got 2 outs. Get the third out then.
Shallow center, Bourne closing fast, can't get there.
You go. That's the stolen base right there.
So the stolen base costs him a run here, and New York now leads it 5-3 on a little bloop single to center field for Brett Gardner.
That's all it takes. I mean, with 2 outs, they shouldn't be able to just waltz into second base and into scoring position like that, especially with a singles hitter up, and Gardner just finds a way to put it in play. With 2 outs, bloops it in front of Bourne, so they get a big 2-out base hit and add on. It's 5-3 Yankees. Just the second RBI for Gardner.
Robinson Cano walked and scored in the first, singled and scored in the third. I should say doubled and scored in the third. Gardner takes off first move, and Santana with a good throw, and they got him. Gardner cut down on a terrific throw by Carlos Santana to end the inning. But the 2-out RBI hit by Brett Gardner has New York on top 5-3.
Dog Night of the Year will take place this Friday. You can get your tickets early, save on the seats, as the Indians will take on the Chicago White Sox. A 7:05 start. Great seats still remain. Log on to Indians.com.
Sandy Alomar talking with Carlos Santana. I think Carlos did everything he could. It's a matter of Jimenez has got to do a little better job of giving him a chance.
Well, you're right. Carlos made a nice throw to get Gardner, the speedy runner. It's the catcher that they let waltz in there. And it wasn't his fault. It's the pitcher that has to hold the runners and give them at least an opportunity.
Lonnie Chisenhall struck out his first time up. Still a long way to go in this one, bottom of the fourth. Kuroda misses 3-0. Ball four. That looked pretty good. Chisenhall wasn't even sure. Indians get their leadoff man aboard. Hey, tune in after Indians Live following the game for Chuck's last call. Chuck Galletti will take your calls on tonight's game and get you the latest information on what's happening in Cleveland sports. It's Chuck's last call tonight after Indians Live on Sports Time Ohio. Drew Stubbs bounced to third his first time up. Number of times today, Kuroda has had Indians hitters looking for first pitch fastballs, and he has crossed them up with off speed. Blowing away to count 1-1 as Drew Stubbs checks down with third base coach Brad Mills. Chisenhall draws a throw. Tying run at the plate for the Indians here in the fourth. That's the fastball in. Stubbs tries to go the other way with it.
He had to dig it out of there. Well, this is also not only it's effective there because he goes inside. Now he has two strikes. He can try and go with that slider down on the way that he started him off with.
And he didn't chase after it. So good patience by Stubbs. He's got the count to even at 2-2, and this will be the 80th pitch of the day for Kuroda. Made over 30 in the first. He really bobbed and weaved. Indians sent 8 men to the plate, scoring 3 times. Since then, he's been much better. Strike 3 called, and that's out number 1. 4 Ks for Kuroda.
It comes right back with a beautiful slider. He didn't chase the 1-2 to make it 2-2 and then just starts this one out on the outside edge at the knees and kept it there. He wanted to throw that one for a strike, and he does, and he locked up Drew Stubbs. So that's his 4th strikeout. He has also walked 4. And now they'll roll it back over to the top of the lineup. Michael Bourne, who has also walked once and struck out once today.
Squibber up the third baseline, foul. Youkilis was already in on the grass at third base.
Well, the Indians had a good start today in that first inning before Kuroda settled in. They were 3 for 3 with runners on base, and since that point, 0 for 5.
Yeah, Jason Kipnis had that leadoff double in the third, but the Indians couldn't get him home as Bourne goes to grab a piece of debris that's right between home plate and the pitcher's mound. Looks like an empty bag of Cracker Jack. Fastball on the outside corner. Bourne doesn't like it. It's 0-2.
Well, he just looked back, and he may have a good he may have a good beef right there. That ball's sinking. He's saying, "Come on, that ball's sinking. It's going down the way." And probably right. You're a hitter up there. You don't want that called as a strike. Because now look at, he's going to stay outside and hope he gets another call. But the one saving grace, if you're a hitter, you just hope it's not a third strike 3 call.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where you at least have a chance to do something.
Borderline pitch there, Bourne.
Yeah, but you have to protect that borderline. That's right. You got to protect it now. That's what happens when you're a hitter and you get one called like that. You have to go out and foul that pitch off. That's a good job on Bourne's part just to stay alive. It's not a pitch he wants to swing at. But the umpire's maybe forcing you to foul that pitch off.
In a little too tight. And it's 2-2.
Well, that's the one pitch you can't call for a strike if you're going to give that one away, is the one inside. Because that's where a pitcher goes back in to keep you honest.
Chisenhall, who walked to start the inning at first with one away now. And a slow chopper hit the Cano at second. He'll take his sure out at first. And Chisenhall moves to second base. 2 down for Asdrubal Cabrera. All right, time to get the answer to the AT&T trivia question. 2 players have hit walk-off homers in this ballpark in the home opener. Who are they?
I don't know. I really haven't thought about it. Have you? Tomey? 98, 99, huh? The home homers. Okay, Tomey and Fryman. This is what, the 20th year for Progressive Field. Back then, Jacobs Field, now Progressive Field. I remember 94 in the walk-off in extra innings against Seattle. Kirby.
Swing and a miss by Cabrera, who just continues to be crossed up at home plate. Called out on strikes his last time up in the second. There have been so many dramatic walk-off home runs in this ballpark. It's sometimes hard to differentiate one from the other, isn't it?
Yeah, when you're thinking opening day, though.
Was that opening day or was that,
yeah. There you go. In the home openers, we showed you the 2, and then Daddy Wags, man, back in 1965. Buy your rags at Daddy Wags.
Fouled back, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
This is the very first game in this ballpark. Wayne Kirby against the Seattle Mariners. Eddie Murray scores in extra innings as they went on to win. There's Tomey. Kirby now the first base coach for the Baltimore Orioles. Jeff Newman there, the third base coach.
20th anniversary of that moment.
Remember like it was yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Coming into this jewel back then 20 years ago, huh? After moving out of that big old stadium down on the lakefront. And it's still in beautiful condition and beautiful shape.
We had the President of the United States here, Bill Clinton, at that time, threw out the ceremonial first pitch.
And I'll tell you, there were some magical years through those 9 days after they moved here, wasn't it?
And it was almost as if that first game was just a precursor of what was to come. 90th pitch of the day for Kuroda. And Cabrera got a piece to keep himself alive.
Yeah, I want to see Asdrubal trying to stay on the baseball now and using a little more of the field. To me, when he first started this year out in Toronto, I remember saying, he looked like he was locked in and seeing the ball well. And then all of a sudden, it looked like he got a little pull happy. But, I started thinking about this. At the end of spring, he didn't play he only played the last couple of days. He missed quite a bit of time right before he headed out of spring training. See, he's rolling over on a lot of pitches, and that's fair.
Stayed fair, and that'll end the inning. So the leadoff walk does no damage. 4 complete. It's the Yankees 5 and the Indians 3. With 19 locations in Northeast Ohio. And by your local Toyota dealers for over 30 Toyota offers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. Now it's the Yankees up 5-3 as we go to the 5th inning. Robinson Cano, Kevin Youkilis, Travis Hafner due up for New York. Lifts one in the air. Pretty well. Deep left center. Bourne back looking up, and it is gone. He got it up into that wind, and it just blew out of here. And Robinson Cano's first home run of the year extends the Yankee lead to 6-3. So Cano didn't have an extra base hit coming into today's action, and he is now doubled and homered.
Well, this is a guy that can really hurt you, and his last at-bat may have locked him in where he stays on. Look at him, that ball belled high, but he didn't get it up. One of the few fastballs that we see Jimenez throw, and he just rode that ball out of here to left center field. It's a 6-3 game now. Cano has scored 3 runs, driven in 1.
Broke his bat. Stubbs comes flying in to make the catch. 1 away. Travis Hafner's had a big day in his return to Progressive Field. A 3-run homer in his first at bat. And then his last time up, an RBI single right up the middle that gave New York the lead again. Indians had come back to tie the game at 3 apiece when Hafner singled in the 3rd, and they have not trailed since. Now lead at 6-3.
They've scored in every inning but the second inning, where that's the only 1-2-3 inning for Ubaldo.
The 1-0. Indians get the bullpen busy. A strike called. They count 2-1. Another off-speed pitch. It's 2-2. Fastball low, full count. Here you get a look at by inning how it's gone for Jimenez. The first and the third. The big pitch count totals. And ball 4.
Little stall time now as Santana just walks out slowly to talk to Jimenez. Francona wanting that bullpen to get loose, and here comes Terry right now, and it could be it.
Matt Albers is ready, and Terry Francona has already made the move. So a dud for Jimenez here at his home debut after he pitched so well in Toronto in his first outing. He is knocked out here in the 5th inning. Today's Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen. We'll have Matt Albers coming on when we come back. It's a 6-3 New York lead. Yankees batting here in the 5th. Ubaldo Jimenez going just 4 1/3 innings this afternoon. Man charged with 6 runs on 7 hits, walked 3, struck out 4, allowed 2 home runs. And
I don't know if it's alarming, but it's certainly worth noting. He topped out at 89 miles an hour.
From what we could see, as you mentioned earlier, if the in-gun or in-park gun is correct, he had no velocity today.
Yeah.
And it did seem like he was throwing a lot of off-speed pitches to me. A lot of breaking balls, a lot of off-speed, not good velocity.
Now, we saw good curveball, good changeup in Toronto, but we also saw 92, 93 on the fastball. So,
and it's not cold, and it's you can get loose today, no problem.
Matt Albers comes on to face Vernon Wells, and a fastball strike. And a line drive right center field. Stubbs into the gap to cut it off. Hafner on his way to third. The throw is offline, and Hafner is able to slide in safely with a head-first slide.
Wells taking it the other way. That's a pitch that leaked back over the middle of the plate as well. So Vernon Wells takes it to right as Stubbs comes in. Had a shot at it, a little offline, pulls it. So Chisenhall comes out. It's still first and third. Still have the double play in order, but you've got Ichiro running. A little tougher to turn unless he hits a ball right at somebody with a little something on it.
Popped foul, slicing, that'll go into the seats. Ichiro grounded to second in the first. Then in the third, he bounced into a fielder's choice. So the story so far has been the Yankee bats. They've taken the crowd out of the game. Indians had 3 in the bottom of the first to really get the place jumping again.
Yeah, and then they haven't been able to put any zeros on the board.
No.
They let them continue to peck away, and they're going to continue.
Stubbs will play it on a bounce. That'll score Hafner, 7-3 New York.
That run belongs to Jimenez, so you can close the book on him. He gives up all 7. Look at that breaking ball down and in. Hit off the end of the bat a little bit in front of Stubbs, but good enough to get the run homes. First and second, 1 out. Hit number 9 for the Yankees.
Eduardo Nunez, 0 for 2, will be the batter. Albers delivers, and Nunez chases one in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 on, still only 1 out. Wells, the runner at second base. Ichiro at first. And Nunez again flailing away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Good block by Santana. 2-2 the count. Now the Yankees
unlike the Indians today, have done a good job of hitting with runners on base and runners in scoring position. The Indians did a good job in the first inning, but they've gone cold since then. New York 6 for 11 with a runner aboard, 4 for 7 with one in scoring position. And now a full count. Swung on and missed. So Albers gets a strikeout, 2 away. And we'll pause for station identification. You're watching Cleveland Indians baseball. (7-3) New York. They bat with 2 on, 2 out here in the 5th inning. And a line drive caught by Kipnis to end the inning. New York gets 2 more, and they're up 4 as we head to the bottom of the 5th. New York on top 7-3. Bottom of the 5th. The Indians got to Hiroki Kuroda for 3 in the bottom of the 1st to come back and tie the game at that time. But since then, even though he hasn't really pitched all that well, he's been able to put up 3 straight zeros.
Well, he's been able to get ahead in the counts. So, you know, unlike he did in that first inning. He had a string there where he had 5 straight 0-2, 1-2 counts, and you know he could expand the zone, and he ended up making the pitch when he had to.
Kipnis fouls it out of play. It's 0-2.
It's just what I'm talking about. Again, now he's got a couple pitches to play with. He's up in the 90, 93 pitches. So far in the afternoon, 11 0-2, 1-2 counts.
And he strikes out Kipnis, 1 away. That's 5 Ks for Kuroda. Well, Kuroda started the game by walking Bourne, then Cabrera singled when a bouncer hit the bag at second. Kipnis had the sac fly, and then Swisher had a base hit. Brantley followed with a single. Santana walked. Reynolds had a sac fly, and then Chisenhall struck out to end the inning. They have one hit since then. And that was the leadoff double by Kipnis in the third that they were unable to convert into a run. One ball, one strike to count on Nick Swisher. Well, the thing I'm noticing with Kuroda is that even though he wasn't real sharp at the outset, he's continued to pitch, though. He's moving it in and out, and he's changing speeds.
Right.
Everything you need to do to be effective, he's done.
Well, he knows. He's been around a long time. Follows that fastball inside with a little splitter down. It's the one he was able to get Kipnis to chase. As you mentioned, 5 strikeouts on the day. He's been able to weather the storm.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
The Yankees are just a team. It doesn't matter how they look or where they go. All time here at Progressive Field, their record is 50-29. You know, they've won 4 straight season series over the Tribe. And in their last 20 years, and we talked about Progressive Field being here 20 years, in the season series, they are 17 wins, 1 loss, and 2 ties.
The series?
Yeah. So they have had their way with the Indians. And there used to be a point in time when we would go to New York, we just had a tough time winning.
Kuroda has struck out back-to-back Indians for the 2nd time today. Now he has a half dozen on the afternoon.
Well, you don't want to miss any of the excitement right here at Progressive Field this year with a season ticket package. Access to the best seats at the lowest prices, and also Tribe rewards and a unique once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for full and partial season ticket plans, which are now on sale. Go to Indians.com.
Brantley bounces to first, and the Indians go quickly here in the 5th. 5 complete. The Yankees 7 and the Indians 3. Number 9 man Chris Stewart to lead off, then Brett Gardner and Robinson Cano. Chris Stewart singled and scored in the 4th.
Yeah, that was for Stewart, 2 outs. He singled and ended up stealing a base, which turned out to be really big. Because at that time it was a 4-2 game, and they were able to extend it. Excuse me, it was a 4-3 game. And able to extend it one more with that stolen base and a 2-out base hit by Gardner.
Down low. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bounce to third. Lonnie Chisenhall, long throw. Swisher with a good stretch to grab it. 1 away.
Well, you can see the jump. He was off and running. He got a head start. Ran right through the light where they didn't even have a throw, and then a little bloop. Created a run for the Yankees. And all coming with 2 outs.
Top of the order, Brett Gardner, 1 for 3. And that little bloop base hit in the 4th gave him his 2nd RBI on the year.
Well, that's what made Gardner so tough. With Jeter in the lineup, Jeter used to hit leadoff or something like that. Gardner would be down in the 9th spot. So you get down to the bottom part of that lineup having to work your way through so many tough hitters. This guy, you're going to give him something to hit. So he would always find a way to put the ball in play. You know he's going to get fastballs in certain situations. He's like a pest. He drives you crazy because you got to pitch to him. Little different story here with Jeter out of the lineup and some of their big boppers throughout the course of that lineup not in there. Third time today.
Swisher had a little trouble with it, but recovers in time. 2 away. Our in-game recap brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Travis Hafner right out of the chute with a 3-run blast. But the Indians would come right back. Bottom of the 1st. Michael Brantley. RBI single. The Indians would tie it at 3. But then New York flexing their muscle. Robinson Cano with a home run in the 5th inning, and they would add a run, lead at 6-3. Both times today, Cano has gone the other way. Off the wall for a double and over the wall for a homer.
Well, he had a couple of pitches to do that to, and now you try and throw him down and in. He's going to golf one out of here.
Robinson Cano, a 3 for 3 day. Might want to find a different approach against this guy. Back-to-back homers for Cano in the game. He is a perfect 3 for 3 on the afternoon, and it's an 8-3 New York lead. He's a one-man wrecking crew.
You certainly don't want to get that guy going. When you go back to Murph's keys of the game. Control Cano. Guess what? A slider down and in after going away to left center field. You go right into his power alley, and he golfs it into right center field. And that makes it 8-3. So Cano with a great afternoon scored his 4th run.
Those were both first pitch home runs. Kevin Youkilis 1 for 3 with a single and a run scored back in the first. One and two the count.
Once again, I want to remind you, Friday night will be the first dollar dog night of the year. The Chicago White Sox are in town. It's a 7:05 game. Great seats still remain. Log on to Indians.com.
A big first homestand. 4 with the Yankees, and then you get the White Sox over the weekend and Boston next week for 3.
Yeah, we'll mix in one division foe in there. That's the White Sox.
Out of play to the right. Joe Girardi's bunch with 8 runs on 10 hits today. Even without all the firepower that we've told you about that's on the DL, Granderson, Teixeira, Jeter, A-Rod. Second time Youkilis has gotten a piece of a ball, but no chance for Santana to hang on to it. Interesting, the last time Robinson Cano had a 2-homer game on the road, it was in the month of April, back in 2010 at Baltimore. Finally got him, and the inning is over. But Robinson Cano is having himself one whale of a day, trying to spoil the Indians' opening day party. Eight-3 New York, bottom of the 6th inning. Carlos Santana, Mark Reynolds, Lonnie Chisenhall due up. Hiroki Kuroda is over 100 pitches on the day, but Joe Girardi is staying right with him. And why not? He has retired 6 in a row.
Well, and he's also been in total command since the first.
He's walked Carlos Santana twice. Both times there were runners on base, and it just appeared as though he was working around him. Though when he walked him in the first, it loaded the bases. There's a strike. Let's go downstairs. Katie, with him is with Tito Francona.
Thanks. Well, I'm here with Tito Francona, who threw out the first pitch earlier here today. And Tito, just, I know things have kind of come full circle for you. You're back here in Cleveland watching your son manage the Indians. How proud of him are you?
That's hard to explain because he's your son. Yeah. I've watched him grow up and go play high school, little league ball and Legion ball, and then finally minor leagues into the major leagues. And it's really an accomplishment. I'm really proud of him for doing that. And one thing about when he was playing, I never tried to teach him anything about it because I told him, he always said, I had a nephew about the same age, and I used to tell him things. He said, why are you always helping him out and you never help me out? I said, Terry, if you're going to make it in baseball, you got to do it on your own.
Well, he sure did do it on his own, and I know you're proud of him for that.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk a little bit of baseball. The Indians brought in a whole lot of new faces. What do you think about this team this year and what they could possibly do?
Well, it's early in the year to predict what's going to happen. I like the pieces they put together. They got a few older guys and with experience, and they got some young guys, and they seem to be really have that togetherness in them, which is what you need on they're picking each other up, and they're just good for each other, and you can see that because I never followed them that closely last year, but everybody said they're little parts here, there, parts there. You can't do that. You got to be as a team. One guy helping us. Sometimes you may hit, and sometimes you don't hit, but then you got to mix it up and just keep picking each other up.
It does seem like they balance each other out
Yeah.
very well this year.
Yeah.
Now, I know you're in Pennsylvania, in New Brighton, only 90 minutes away. Does that mean we're going to see you out here at Progressive Field a lot?
I guess so. I'm here the first game.
That's right. Well, we hope you come back a lot. Tito, appreciate the time. Thank you.
I hope so. You're welcome, Kate.
Matt, Rick, back to you guys.
Well, he's exactly right. You get the right pieces, some veterans, and it's a team, and it's going to take this team a while to gel. With all the new faces they have and what they have done, and the camaraderie it seems to be so much better right now as it was last year. But you got to let them play.
Call it a strike. It's 2-2 on Mark Reynolds. Reynolds sends a high fly ball deep to left. Wells back. He's at the wall. Makes the catch right at the base of the wall. And back to first goes Santana. One away. All 3 times today, Mark Reynolds has sent a fly ball in that direction. And that's going to do it now for Hiroki Kuroda, as Joe Girardi will make a move here to his bullpen.
All 3 times just off the end of the bat, too. That one was the closest. But not today. Kuroda does his job and does it well.
Now time for today's Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen, as the Yankees will go for a left-hander to face Lonnie Chisenhall when we come back. On top 8-3. And we're going to the bottom of the 6th inning. Or we are in the bottom of the 6th inning, excuse me. Boone Logan is the new Yankee pitcher, on for the 4th time. Left-hander to face Lonnie Chisenhall.
Already on for the 4th time is right. So Kuroda 5 1/3. He bounced back from that first start where he was knocked out of his game. The bruise to his middle finger. Gave up 5 hits, walked 4, struck out 6. Boy, the Indians would like to just tack one on or get something going here, because the crowd, they've been able to take them right out of it. They came back into it in the first inning after the Yankees put 3 on the board. They responded, but it has been all Yankees ever since.
Chisenhall bangs one up the middle. Cano with a backhanded flip to Nunez on the first. An inning-ending double play. 6 in the books. Yankees 8, Indians 3. There's a look at the sold-out house today here at Progressive Field, the 20th home opener in this awesome facility. And that's a look in from our Panini Cam, brought to you by Panini's Bar and Grill. Rich Hill now on to work for the Indians, third tried pitcher to work today, left-hander. He'll be facing Travis Hafner, Vernon Wells, and Ichiro Suzuki for New York. Hafner got it started for New York in the first inning. He sent a ball over the center field wall off Ubaldo Jimenez for a 3-run homer. Then, with 1 out in the 3rd, he lined a single into center field to put New York back on top 4-3 at that time. And they have added on since. They've scored in all but 1 inning today.
Blowing away, 3 balls, no strikes.
They're just having a tough time throwing him strikes today, aren't they? He has been in the driver's seat in every at-bat.
Now Hill with a 3-1. And it's ball 4. The Cavaliers head to Indiana tomorrow night to take on the number 3 seed in the Eastern Conference, the Indiana Pacers. Cavaliers Live tips off the night's coverage at 6:30. Then Fred McLeod and Mr. Cavalier Austin Carr have all the action at 7 on Fox Sports Ohio. Hafner has seen 20 pitches today and only 7 strikes. Vernon Wells has walked, singled, and struck out. He yanks that one down the line, foul. Vernon Wells, long time with the Toronto Blue Jays. He was there over 10 years before going to the Angels for a couple of odd seasons where he had some injury and just didn't produce. They weren't really sure what they were going to do with it.
Well, the tough thing was, I think a lot of people couldn't believe that the Angels traded for him with the contract he had to get him from the Blue Jays. And then, you know, when you look at him, he was really a very good center fielder, Gold Glover in his career. But then all of a sudden, the power left him a little bit. But he signed a huge contract. And then it was hard to believe the Angels are trying to package him up for the last year or so, willing to give, you know, maybe some of that money back in the deal or in the trade. And finally end up going to the Yankees at the end of the spring training.
The 2-2. Checked his swing and he got a piece of it. Count stays 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now Hill with a 2-2. And he wraps that one to center field. Bourne on the run. Short hops it. Knocks it down. And Hafner will stop at second. So a walk and now a base hit. And the Yankees have their first 2 on here in the 7th.
There goes that sweeping breaking ball out over the plate that Wells stays on. Michael Bourne comes in and tries to make a catch, but does a nice job of just keeping it in front of him. But the Yankees continue to put base runners out there. That's 11 hits for him now.
Yeah, this is a patchwork lineup, and they've patched up 11 hits. Ichiro has one of them. Drove in a run in the 5th. It's funny. I mean, you think about the Yankees, and what other team would feature 3 players consecutively in their order that were one time the face of their respective franchises? I mean, Hafner here in Cleveland, Vernon Wells for so many years in Toronto, and Ichiro in Seattle.
And go up one more, Euclid in Boston.
Yeah.
You know, so that's what they've had to do. But they went out and they have had some veteran players that were very good in their day. on the downside now.
There's a strike, 2-1.
But again, today was the format that happened to the Indians last year. Your starter doesn't give you 5 innings or a quality start. And you've got to get into that bullpen, and then the people you bring in at that time, they get roughed up. So important for this Indians team, for the starters to get out there and give Terry Francona some innings. As it is for any team.
Yeah, sure. You just hate to see it, already twice now in the first 7 games of the season, where you've had a starter bombed out early. I don't know, Trevor Bauer start? I think he got 5. That was it.
Well, yeah, he went 5 innings, and the thing of that start was it was injury. That's why he got the start.
Yeah. Slapped on the left side of the infield. Cabrera off balance throw, can't get it, and it's by Swisher into the photo bay. So Hafner will score. Wells to third, Ichiro down to second. They'll give him an infield single. No RBI as Hafner scores on the error by Asdrubal.
Yeah, and this is like a do or die play, and Swish just couldn't come up with it. He tries for the pick. Couldn't get it, so it goes into the bay. Everybody else moves up. Still nobody out. They get another one across. It's 9-3. The 5th error of the year for the Indians. Allows another run to score.
Infield halfway in as Eduardo Nunez 0 for 3 steps to the plate, and he's hit by the pitch. Or is he? I guess he got out of the way.
Sure
and
did.
It goes to the backstop, and a run will score. I don't know how he didn't get hit by that ball.
It looked like he did. And you know what? That guy's got to be a little gun shy because he's just starting, because he was hit by a pitch in Detroit and missed a couple of games. He was a borderline decision because of batting practice. He stays in there, gets out of the way, and a wild pitch scores another run. Wells comes in. Watch this ball. He jumps out of the way, and it looks like it hit his jersey, but it doesn't. I don't know how is right. So a wild pitch. And now everything is going wrong for the Indians.
Now Mickey Callaway talking with Rich Hill, who hasn't retired a batter in the inning. Not exactly the opening day the Indians had in mind. You get the big crowd, you want to come out and play well, you want to get everybody in that right frame of mind, but it doesn't always work out the way you plan.
Well, I know one thing. The Yankees will be happy that they don't have another opening day. This was their 3rd one. One at home, one in Detroit, one here.
3rd time is
they lost
proving
the
to be the
first
charm.
2. Yeah, they lost the first 2, so they have had practice at it.
Back out of play. 1-1. There's a high pop. Left field, Brantley. Ichiro will tag, and he'll come home to score to make it 11-3. 1 down. Nunez gets his first RBI on the year. Been a lot of firsts today. Robinson Cano got his first double, his first homer. Then he hit another one just for good measure. Nunez gets his first RBI.
Lyle Overbay 0 for 3. There's a fastball for a strike. Cody Allen getting loose in the Tribe pen. And Rich Hill evens the count on Overbay at 2-2. Full count. First of 4 games this week between the Indians and the Yankees here at Progressive Field. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all 7 o'clock starts. Right field, Stubbs makes the catch. 2 down. Let's go back to the Hyundai Studios for an in-game update with Al.
All right, man, let's go to Kansas City, where the Royals were down 1-0 to Minnesota heading into the 8th inning. But KC scores 3 runs in the bottom half of the 8th, highlighted by this Alcides Escobar double to get Alex Gordon in to take the lead. 3-1 now, 9th inning Royals. Crow trying to close it out. Matt?
All right, thanks, Al. Boston beating Baltimore earlier today at Fenway 3-1. That was the Red Sox home opener. Off the mask of Santana.
There's another one, direct hit right off the mask. He gets enough of those. He had one a couple yesterday too, didn't he?
Yep.
Never seems to fail. You remember last year with the concussions. He missed a little bit of time.
Rich Hill delivers. It's inside. 2 balls and a strike. Ball's hit pretty well to right. Back goes Stubbs, and he'll make the catch. The Yankees tack on 2 more, and it's time now for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. Life is hard. Buying a car shouldn't be. Bottom of the 7th inning. Indians down 11-3, but that can't spoil it for all the folks who came out today for what has really become a holiday-like tradition. For the Indians, Drew Stubbs, Michael Bourne, Asdrubal Cabrera. Not to mention that just about every single one of the people that are here today in attendance have been longing just for a day like this.
Yeah,
so even though the home team town is getting hammered, they're out here saying, I don't care. It's a beautiful day. We're watching a ball game in shirt sleeves.
Yeah.
I'll take this.
Well, yeah, it's the start of spring. You're right. Baseball season is back again. Sure, you want to see your team win, but it's still nice being out to the ballpark.
Yeah.
And they'll have 9 more to go after this one. 3 more with the Yankees. We'll get the White Sox over the weekend after an off day on Monday. We'll close this homestand out with 3 with the Red Sox.
Boone Logan delivers, and Drew Stubbs fouls it back out of play.
Well, between Kuroda and Logan, 17 of 26 first pitch strikes. So they have been very good. They settled in after that first inning. That was tough.
Stubbs fouled that off of his front leg. He tried to hold up, but it didn't matter. He's rung up. 1 down. Well, our keys to the game, we talked about contain Cano. Well, that didn't really happen. Cano exploded today. He didn't have an extra base knock, but he's gone 3 for 3 with a double, 2 solo homers. He scored 4 times. Get the crowd in the game early. They did that. The Indians came back in the bottom of the first after New York had scored 3, and they got the crowd into it with a 3 spot of their own. But as you pointed out, Ubaldo was never able to stem the tide. New York kept adding and scoring and adding. And
he did for the second inning, and after that it was downhill from that point on. They have scored every inning. They've scored 6 out of the 7 innings. At some point in time, you have to stop the momentum.
Michael Bourne wraps one right back up the middle. Cano off balance throw across his body, but not in time as Bourne beats it out for an infield single. I mean, just the fact that Cano can get off that throw is pretty amazing. I don't know how his arm doesn't snap in half.
Well, he's the best at it. When you throw a ball this way and is accurate with it for the most part, I mean, you're going away from the play and just, flings it. You see him do that all year long. Yeah. It truly is amazing. See, Michael Bourne thought it was going to be in there, and then all of a sudden kicked it back in gear. So I'm not so sure he didn't feel something, a little twinge in there. Did you see his face?
Yeah.
He thought the ball was going to be through, and then after Cano caught it, he had to kick it back in gear.
So he's at first with 1 out for Asdrubal Cabrera, who was 1 out of 3 today. Singled and scored back in the first. Sean Kelly is warming up in the New York bullpen. You get an idea how crazy it can be for those middle relievers, which is Sean Kelly's role. He was up in the first inning. He was getting loose in the first inning because Joe Girardi wasn't sure Kuroda would survive the first when the Indians sent 8 men to the plate.
He was on the ropes, breathing hard, but they couldn't deliver the knockout punch.
stays foul. The attendance today, a sellout crowd of 41,567. Many of whom are still here, but a chunk of them have made their way toward the exits. And the 2-2 is outside a full count. Jason Kipnis waits for his turn. And the payoff pitch is ball 4. So the Indians have 2 on with 1 out. And we'll pause right now to let stations identify themselves. You're watching Cleveland Indians baseball. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning, and Katie Witham. Today here at Progressive Field, the Indians down 11-3 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Jason Kipnis, sac fly in the first, a double in the third, struck out his last time up. Swung on and missed, threw it by him. Over in the National League, Milwaukee beat Chicago today 7-4 at Wrigley Field. Cardinals Reds are tied 4-4. Most everything else is later tonight. The 0-2 pitch. Back out of play. They're in the 9th inning in St. Louis. Reds batting against the Cardinals, tied 4-4. It's a final in KC. Royals beat the Twins 3-1. Logan with the 0-2 pitch. And Kipnis strikes out again. He's gone down swinging twice today. That's the 8th strikeout for New York pitching. The 2nd annual Wise Cleveland Women of the Year Scholarship Luncheon will be held on May 14th at the Q. Wise is honoring Stephanie Tollison and Sherry Foxman. For tickets, visit wisecleveland.com. Now we've got a timeout for a pitching change. Joe Girardi will go to the bullpen with 2 on, 2 out here in the bottom of the 7th.
Right-hander Sean Kelly coming on now for New York. The 26-year-old Kentucky native makes his 4th appearance of the year. Kelly had Tommy John surgery back in 2010. Last year, he pitched in 47 games with the Mariners and had a .325 ERA. Bounces it, and finally one gets by.
Yeah, but not by
far.
much.
Yeah.
That's right, not by much. Another nice job to block it. He has done a beautiful job today, keeping the ball right around him in front of home plate. This is one of the only ones. It's a little slider, deflected off his arm, but he gets on it in a hurry and no advancement.
Two balls, no strikes to count on Nick Swisher. 1 for 3 this afternoon. 2 on 2 out here, last half of the 7th. Sean Kelly, I mentioned he's a Kentucky native. He went to Ballard High School in Kentucky and then went to Austin Peay. And that's when Seattle drafted him after he played 4 years there in 2007.
That was with the first fastball he's thrown. Everything was sliders to that point.
It's outside, ball 4. The bases are loaded with 2 down. And the batter will be Michael Brantley.
Yeah, they're giving signals down there to get somebody warmed up. I wonder if the phone is messed up going down there.
I believe that is the case,
yeah.
Rick.
You know, why don't they just have cell phones down there where you can call from the dugout?
I thought I read where somewhere they were doing that.
Yeah.
Was that in spring training
I
only,
was
maybe?
it St. Louis or something like that? Why not just have cell phones, man? Call the dugout, go on out there. It's your bullpen coach, and no problems. Why do you have to have the bullpen phones and have communication issues?
Hey, you could just text.
Right. There you go.
One 0 pitch, called a strike to Brantley. Yeah, how they hand gesture that, I don't know.
I do, because they went Big Jabba, the Hut. They wanted the big man. They wanted the big man, and they got it right.
Brantley shoots it foul. And that is Jabba Chamberlain, who is up getting loose. Bases loaded, 2 down here in the bottom of the 7th. Indians have not scored since the 1st. And Brantley strikes out to end the inning. Well, we'll go to the 8th here in Cleveland. It's all New York here today, 11-3 Yankees.
authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians.
(11-3) New York as we go to the 8th inning. Cody Allen coming on now to pitch for the Tribe, making his 3rd appearance of the season. In addition, Mike Aviles has come into the game now at shortstop. And Ryan Rayburn takes over for Drew Stubbs in right field.
You know, there's a good chance you're going to see Aviles and Rayburn in there tomorrow, maybe against Andy Pettit. So that's why you get him an inning or two. In this game, it's out of control.
There's a strike to Brett Gardner. Gardner, an RBI bloop single in the 4th inning. And he went too far, says third base umpire Jerry Meals. Two balls, two strikes. Boy, Cincinnati got a 3 spot in the 9th inning against St. Louis to take a 7-4 lead over the Cardinals. Close, but didn't get the call. Now a full count.
Tell you what, they started out of the chute with playing some tough teams. They started out with what, the Angels, then had Washington, now St. Louis. They've been playing well, and the Cards did a number on the Giants. So good series starting the year.
Jason Kipnis will flip it to first, 1 down. Well, it's now Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite, and Robinson Cano has had a big day. He did not have an extra base hit coming into this series, but he lifted a double off the wall and left in the 3rd. Then he homered to left in the 5th, and then he turned one around in the 6th.
Yeah, talk about hitting the ball where it's pitched. Stayed on to the left center and came back and hit the one down and into right center.
He also walked and scored back in the 1st, and the 4 runs scored ties a career high for Cano.
And all those things coming on the first pitch, too, all those hits.
Yeah. Well, if you like it and it's in your zone,
he will.
go ahead.
But when he gets hot, he's about as good as you can get. We've seen him locked in before, just like today. So have a lot of teams. It's like he's swinging a magic wand, and it looks effortless. Look at just the line drive after line drive.
Bourne goes to a knee to make that catch.
He handcuffed him because that ball had some sink.
The box score brought to you by your Northern Ohio Hyundai dealers. Hafner got him started with a 3-run homer in the 1st. He added with an RBI single his 2nd time up. And then that's when Cano took over. It's like they passed the baton.
You watch this ball start to sink, and really start coming down, and Michael Bourne had to really stay with it. That camera there gives you an idea how that ball was sinking. That means it was hit hard.
Slow chopper, third base side, foul. High fly ball, right field. Ryan Rayburn makes the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 8th inning for Cody Allen. (11-3) our score. Bottom of the 8th inning. Carlos Santana, Mark Reynolds, Lonnie Chisenhall due up for the Tribe. Jason Nix has taken over for Robinson Cano at second base, and Brennan Bosch takes over for Ichiro in right. Carlos Santana has walked twice, and he has also singled.
So that's what, 8 straight times he's reached base.
That's popped out of play. Sean Kelly, at the final out of the 7th inning, delivers a strike at the bottom of the zone to Santana. 0-2 the count. Stay tuned after the game for Indians Live, brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. Al and Jason will have the highlights. Katie will have reaction from downstairs. We'll have some final thoughts. Santana strikes out, 1 away. Now, before the ball game today, the fathers of major leaguers and players, coach, manager, dads throwing out first pitches to their sons. That'll be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. Well, Tito and Terry Francona, Sandy, Alomar Jr. and his dad, Sandy Sr.
Nice moment.
Nick and Steve Swisher,
Michael and Mickey Brantley, and of course Zach McAllister and his dad as well.
Hadn't been a very good day for Terry.
Zach McAllister's dad, Steve, is I don't know if he still is. I know he was a scout. He might still be a scout with the Diamondbacks organization. Now Mark Reynolds, he's flirted with home runs in all 3 at-bats today. Drove in a run with a sac fly to deep left in the first. He just missed, popped one to left in the third, and then he sent Vernon Wells to the warning track in the 6th. And there's a ground ball fair by Youkilis down the left field line into the corner it goes, and Mark Reynolds will head into second base with a 1-out double.
Well, Reynolds makes him pay with a little breaking ball on the inside part of the plate. He didn't want it where it was, and he hits it right down the line. Made a mistake. Look at that thing come straight down on the inner third of the plate, and there it goes. Watch the job the ball boy does to skip it. Jump rope, get the stool, get out of the way. Reynolds goes in, his second double, and 150th of his career.
Lonnie Chisenhall looks at an off-speed pitch for a strike. Wow. Lonnie Chisenhall fouls it out of play. I just noticed that Cincinnati score was 4-4 in the 9th inning. It's now 13-4 Cincinnati.
They've added on a little bit. They pounded them, huh?
9-run inning in the 9th. Must have hit a slam in there somewhere, maybe. 0-2 to Chisenhall. Backs him away. 13 runs on 13 hits for Cincinnati. And that was a 4-4 tie in the 9th. Let's see what happened. Kelly fires and it gets away from Stewart. Nothing he can really do with that one.
Again, there's that slider. It goes down, and nothing Stewart could do. He has done a good job today keeping balls in front of him. So I'm blaming that one on Kelly.
Wow, there wasn't even a home run in that inning. Chisenhall swinging a miss, strikes out, and there are 2 down. That's 11 strikeouts for the Yankee pitchers today. And Mike Aviles takes a look at a ball outside. No, caught the corner for a strike. Back out of play. Reynolds at third with 2 down. The 0-2 pitch to Aviles is low and away.
back on out of play to the. Well, it was headed to the upper deck, but it glanced off the facing and downstairs it goes. This game well over 3 hours, but this is what happens when you get pitchers who don't throw a lot of strikes.
A lot of pitches in this ball game, right?
Now Aviles turns on one, hammers it to deep left, gone to the home run porch. Mike Aviles with a 2-out, 2-run homer here in the 8th inning for the Indians. Makes it 11-5.
There's a spinner up there, a hanging slider. Aviles stayed back on and hits it to the porch.
So his first home run of the year gets the Indians to within a half dozen.
Well, that's a spinner. That one came out flat, didn't do anything, and got crushed.
And Michael Bourne, 1 for 3 on the day at the plate. Michael drives it deep center field. Gardner a long run back, and it's off the wall. Bourne's going to hit second and keep going, and he'll go easily into third base with a 2-out triple. Well, the Indians teeing off here in the 8th on Sean Kelly. He had a couple of strikeouts, but with 2 outs, Aviles the 2-run homer, and now Bourne triples off the wall in center.
Well, this one didn't miss by much. Another slider down and in. Michael Bourne hit a homer yesterday on a fastball. This one off the wall. Gets by Gardner in center field, and that enabled Michael Bourne to go all the way to third. See, he was going to stay at second base. He says, that's okay. There's a double, but he sees the ball get by him and says, I'll kick it into gear and go to third.
Larry Rothschild, the Yankee pitching coach, going out to talk with Kelly. Ryan Rayburn will be the batter now.
They're a single away from the cycle in this inning. The Reynolds double, Aviles homer, and now the Bourne triple.
Rayburn chops it foul. Trying to hold up. He was already committed to it. And it's 0-2. Another ball in the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Sean Kelly, who has pitched exactly 1 inning in this game. He got the last out of the 7th. He's recorded 2 outs here in the 8th. And he has made 38 pitches. That gets away. Here comes Bourne. He will score. The ball might have hit him on the throw to the plate, but he appears to be all right. And the Indians are now within 5 at 11-6. Michael Bourne with his second run scored of the game.
Well, just another breaking ball that gets under the glove. He tried to bounce it. He got that glove caught, tangled. That ball almost looked like it hit the plate. It did something. Bourne comes sliding in underneath the throw home.
He just missed hitting him. He got down in a hurry. You could see him look back. Rayburn strikes out, and the inning is over. The Indians get 3, and we'll go to the 9th. It's 11-6 New York. (11-6) New York. Chris Perez coming on now to pitch for the Indians.
Well, time to get him some work. They got some, Smitty and Pistano work yesterday, so time for Chris Perez. Coming out for the 3rd time. He's still having fun, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Look at him. Why not? Loves his hat. He's getting ready to go home and get some dinner if he already didn't eat it here.
Travis Hafner will lead off for New York. Hafner, homer, a single. He's walked twice. He's scored 3 runs. He's driven in 4. Bullpen door for the Yankees is still open, so once they get that closed, we're ready for action. Hafner fouls the fastball back out of play. Hafner, then Vernon Wells and Ichiro for New York here in the 9th. Swung on and missed. Good off-speed pitch. Had him way out in front. And it's 0-2. Downstairs. Again, down and in. He missed again off speed. And it's 2-2.
Gets it into the shift. Kipnis from the outfield grass. 1 away. Stay tuned after the game for Indians Live, brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. We'll break it all down for you this opening day, 2013.
Not a lot to break down today. Yankees.
Well, it's pretty simple to break down. Let's put it that way. Slider first pitch for a strike to Vernon Wells. In the air, right field. Way back for Rayburn. It's over his head. Hits right at the base of the fence. And into second base with a double is Vernon Wells. So he's got 3 hits in the ballgame.
Second double for the Yankees. There you go. Fastball away. He stayed on that one. He took a breaking ball his last time up. Served it the other way. So 13 hits for the Yankees, 3 for Wells. He's been on base 4 out of the 5 times.
And Brennan Bosch will get his first at bat after taking over for Ichiro. And that got handcuffed Santana. I think it hit him on the wrist.
Yes,
I'm not sure he got the glove on it at all. He was crossed up by the pitch, and I'm not sure that ball didn't hit him square on the wrist.
It looked like it. He didn't get leather, and that's not a good sign.
No, it sure isn't.
I mean, with Marson out because of his stiff neck, and yeah, look at him. He's down in pain. I think you're right. It missed the glove. It caught him on the wrist. Watch this ball coming in. They're crossed up. Wrong sign. Whatever somebody put down, the other guy didn't throw the right one. Either, normally I think the catcher knows what's coming. He's looking for a breaking ball. And it's a fastball right off the thumb of the wrist right there. He didn't get leather on it. Boy, let's hope that didn't do anything to him. That's just the wrong sign. One looking for a fastball, another, and that's with a man on second base.
I think they're taking him out of the game. Francona's going back to the dugout to see if A is Marson available. If not, then maybe Rayburn
would have to catch, but then you'd have to have somebody with a short bench. Now there's only 24 guys on this roster. Rayburn's going to go to center field. I don't blame him. He doesn't want to get back there. But that's not a good sign for Santana.
Not as well as he's been swinging the bat.
That's a cross-up. Something went wrong.
So Santana's coming out of the game, and it looks like Lou Marson will be coming in.
Yeah, there's Lou. Okay, he's ready to go. He took one in the right hand yesterday. This one is going to be on the left wrist. He turns it around looking for a slider. And it doesn't get leather. It gets right above him, right there on the wrist. Has the batting glove right in there, that meat part of your thumb, right there. And, boy, that is going to be sore.
Well, yeah.
That's direct hit.
93, 94 mile-an-hour fastball right on your thumb.
Thinking a slider's coming. Let's hope that didn't do any damage to any little bones in that hand.
The last time we saw Lou Marson on the field, this is what happened to him down in Tampa.
Boom. Yeah, he like a little whiplash. The head whipped back. He had a stiff neck. Had yesterday off. So obviously he's good enough where he can still catch. I mean, he finished that inning to begin with. That's a tough guy he is.
So Brennan Bosch with a 1-0 count looks at a ball up and away. Bosch is 2 for 10 as a Yankee. Tigers really thought this was going to be a key part to their team. Brennan Bosch, they really felt like he was going to explode, have a big year offensively. Last couple of years it just never fully materialized, and then they went out and got Torrey Hunter.
Yeah. Rest is history. They have Andy Dirks, too, the young kid that was going to get a opportunity.
He played pretty well on left last year. The count is 3 balls and 2 strikes. Popped up foul and on a play. Though it doesn't seem like it, the Yankees have gone 1-2-3 twice in this game.
Well, you're right. It doesn't seem like it, and I forgot about it, but once it was last inning in the 8th, the other time was the 2nd inning.
Yeah, and so have the Indians. They've also gone 1-2-3 twice. But the rest of this game has not exactly been a good flow to it. A lot of pitches. Vernon Wells at third base. Infield part way in. A 3-2 pitch. Struck him out. CP gets his first strikeout here tonight, and there is out number 2. Well, now you'll definitely want to stay tuned to Indians Live after the ball game for any updates that we can get on the status of Carlos Santana. Pitch outside, ball 1. Ripped down the line, foul on a play. Oh, nice grab. Or did he? No, he didn't come up with it. I thought he had the glove. And they're all over him down there.
No, they're frustrated too. Here, you brought the glove. He gave it to the boy. Nice job. You got to give him the glove then.
In the air, coming in, Rayburn. He makes the running catch. And the side is retired. We'll go now to the bottom of the 9th. 11-6 New York.
Well, there's Sandy. He's talking. He want to know what happened. Cross up or what? Sandy wants to know because he's going to end up talking to Carlos and see what happened. I don't know, but obviously there was a mix-up on the signals there.
Well, he thought fastball, and Carlos thought slider.
There was a runner on second base, so you go to change signs. So that's something they're going to have to figure out. I mean, the damage is already done. It doesn't matter who's at fault, but, man, let's hope it doesn't hurt him.
Yeah, oh, man.
Especially the way Santana's swinging the bat.
Well, Jabba Chamberlain on for the third time this year. He'll be facing Jason Kipnis, Nick Swisher, Michael Brantley here in the ninth. Jabba Chamberlain. Working with a 5-run lead. And a fastball in there for a called strike. Well, we've got somebody loose from the loony bin.
Well, this is as long as that game has been, and I'm sure he's been down here early in the day. Look at him.
He's flapping his wings like a bird. I think he's hoping he can fly off the field.
He better, because
he might be flying right now.
Does he know? Oh, he's flying. But he's going down here soon. Look at that's okay. See you, pal. We'll see if it's all worth it.
Yeah, he probably
when
won't.
It's all said and done.
After the fine that he gets hammered with, he won't think it's as funny.
He'll be a lot lighter. He'll realize it. I know I had a few beers, but I didn't think I had that many. He'll have nothing left in his wallet.
Jabba Chamberlain missed most of last year after he had Tommy John surgery in June of 2011. But this guy, at one time when he came onto the scene, you thought, wow, this guy could be a game changer. Throwing with velocity. The hard thing, I think, for New York was what to do with him. At first he was just to bring him out of the bullpen, let him just blow it up there as hard as he can throw it.
Which is not a bad idea.
But he had good secondary stuff, and they said, well, maybe we can make him a starter. And maybe the yin and the yang of that is what ultimately cost him, with the Tommy John. You don't know. I mean, elbows, they could blow at any time. You never know when. But you wonder if going back and forth early in his career might have contributed to that.
Well, I think a lot of teams ultimately look at a guy, they want to make it what's best for the team. Can this guy, if he can start, boy, he'll really help us. So, and we've seen it happen here. You put certain guys in, can they start? And they find out they can't. They go back to the pen. Some do.
His one full year as a starter in 2009, he went 9-6 with a 4.75 ERA. But he only logged 157 innings because they had to kind of keep an eye on that.
Sure you do. And the thing of it is, when you're throwing 98 when you come in out of the bullpen, now someone's going to put you in the starter's role, and you got to back off because you got to go through the lineup 3 times. You're throwing 93. People are saying, what's wrong with his velocity? What's his arm hurt? And you never know what can happen. You got to change your whole thought process when you go back to a starter.
Kipnis lashing it foul down the left side. Well, when he burst onto the scene back in 07, that's when the Indians had the famous playoff series against the Yankees here, and Chamberlain had more trouble dealing with the bugs than anything else, I think. But that year, he pitched in 19 games for New York, and he allowed 1 earned run. But in the playoffs, the Indians got him for 2 runs and 2 appearances. And the famous one right here at the ballpark when the bugs
had him.
Had everybody.
And Carmona.
Everybody but Carmona.
Carmona looked like that he didn't even notice they were there.
He didn't.
Payoff pitch. Nick Swisher waiting in the on-deck circle. And the 3-2 pitch is sent high in the air. Center field, Brett Gardner makes the catch. 1 away. Nick Swisher 1 for 3 today. He singled and scored in the first. He has grounded out, struck out, walked since then. Fastball at the knees, perhaps. Nick obviously did not think so. That's inside, 1-1. Tomorrow night's matchup will feature Carlos Carrasco making his season debut against the ageless Andy Pettit, who's already won his first start this year.
Yeah, Carrasco already served his 5-game suspension.
Two and two the count. Jason Giambi also expecting to be activated from the DL for tomorrow's game.
And that'll give him 25 men on the roster then. They'll be back at full strength.
There's Carrasco. Down low, full count. Carlos had a good spring. He threw the ball well, but the Indians really liked what Scott Kazmir did. But then Kazmir came up with the injury before the season started in Toronto. Now Michael Brantley, who is 1 for 4 today. There isn't anything about this game that's been easy today.
No,
for either side. It's just been one of those games that's just kind of been a struggle for both teams. I mean, the Yankees, you think you're sitting real comfortable with an 11-3 lead, and yet you see Joe Girardi over there just kind of pacing around saying, boy, you know, got a 5-run lead, but a couple of walks and a big hit, and you never know what could happen here.
Yeah, it's just like, come on,
that's
boys,
what
hurry up
managers
and
do.
get. No, they want to hurry up and get it over. Let's go. We'll worry about tomorrow then. It's been one of those. It's been a long game. A lot of pitches thrown.
Two balls and a strike. Now the 2-1 from Jabba Chamberlain. Brantley bangs it to first. And Chamberlain will take the flip for out number 2. Swisher into scoring position. And Lou Marson will be the batter with 2 down here in the bottom of the 9th. Lou Marson getting his first at bat since he was involved in that home plate collision down in St. Pete, and takes a strike. Lou came on for Santana. No immediate word on Carlos. The Indians catcher took a ball. It looked like it was right off the base of his thumb, maybe closer to the wrist. Try to hold up. It's 0-2. Jabba Chamberlain and the Yankees 1 strike away from evening, or from getting them to within a game of 500 down in the dirt. Yankees 1-2 at home, 1-2 on the road, would even their road record on the year. Chamberlain has made over 20 pitches himself. The 1-2. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. If Marson were to get aboard, Mark Reynolds would bat next. Now the 2-2. He checked. It's low. Full count. Well, the Yankees came in here. This was their 3rd opener that they had played in this year, their own home opener. They lost to Boston. They played in Detroit for the Tigers' home opener and lost to the Tigers. But here today, they scored 3 in the first and never trailed. The Indians tied it in the bottom of the first, but they scored again in the 3rd and had been in front ever since. Travis Hafner with a 3-run homer in the first, an RBI single in the 3rd that gave them the lead. And then in the 4th inning, they just started adding on. It was an RBI bloop hit by Brett Gardner. Then Robinson Cano show began. He had a couple of solo homers. 3-2 to Marson, up high, ball 4. 2 walks in the inning by Jabba Chamberlain. And as I said before, just one of those strange games where nothing has come easy for anybody. Look at Girardi. He looks like a guy who's waiting for his check at the table. Like, come on, can you give me my check? I got to get out of here. I'm ready to go home. And he's going to go out and have his own conversation with Chamberlain. And this is one of those deals. We talked about this the other day. You want to get a guy some work, and the next thing you know, you're stuck. He's at 25 pitches.
Well, and you lose him for the next night sometime.
You don't want to burn him for 2 and 3 days, but.
Well, we've seen it a lot early so far, that situation happen. Let's bring somebody in, get him a little work. They ended up getting too much work, and you can't use him tomorrow. When you look at, you got to get this guy up, and you had a lead of 11-3 at one point up until last inning. And you're walking guys, which you certainly hate to see. I mean, you're letting them right back in.
There are 2 outs in the inning. But if Reynolds puts a charge into one here, Girardi might be forced to have to go to his closer, Rivera. Chamberlain lets it fly. Reynolds takes a strike. $13 13 strikes thrown by Chamberlain.
Outside corner. And it's 0-2. We are approaching 4 hours on this game. You see the runners, Swisher and Marson. And now Reynolds steps away.
Well, they can't get on the same page here.
Wow.
I mean, not only is the catcher Stewart going out, then in comes Nix from second base. What they want to talk about is beyond me.
He wants to make sure he knows the signs maybe as well. Two on, two out, 0-2 pitch. A little bit outside. Swung on and missed, and the ball game is almost over. There's the throw to first, and that will officially end it. So the Yankees hang on for an ugly-looking 11-6 win over the Indians, spoiling the Tribe's home opener here this afternoon. Hiroki Kuroda gets the win after going 5 1/3 innings, allowing just 3 runs. The loss to Ubaldo Jimenez, who went 4 1/3 and was tagged for 7 runs on 7 hits. And that is the story of the game. They didn't pitch well out of the start. And now the Yankees will turn to Andy Pettitte tomorrow as the Tribe will go with Carlos Carrasco. Our key play of the game is brought to you by KeyBank.
Well, let's go back to the 4th inning. And here it is, Stewart, 2 out, nobody on. 4-3 game at the time. Now he's just going to take off, and they didn't even pay attention to him, not even a throw. Steals second base. Gardner's going to come up and hit just a blooper in front. That made it 5-3. The Yankees continued to add on the rest of the way, and just a measly little 2-out single turned into a big run, and they propelled them from there.
KeyBank, proud to be the banking home of the Cleveland Indians. We've just been handed a note that Carlos Santana suffered a left thumb contusion, and they will take x-rays to make sure that it is not broken. So hopefully that turns out well, because the Indians can ill afford an injury to Santana the way he's come out of the gate swinging the bat this year. Our final score, Yankees 11, Indians 6. For Rick Manning, Katie with them, I'm Matt Underwood. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Indians Live is next.